What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind.
Okay.
There was no mistaking we had reached Yyasulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned?
Seems rotten or corrupted.
We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yyasulani, can it?
Heritage found. Quite some wild music here. What happened here? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This could be a reflection. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? Stays Yyasulani. I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. The land of Levin. Ernville looks upon Yyasulani in disbelief. And I made a mess while eating watermelon. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material is not something we use in Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive construction, or structure, couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location, or perhaps the location was transported here, maybe? Well, speculations will avail us naught. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yyasulani, and yet... That looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yyasulani station, where the passengers disembarked. And perhaps we'll find someone to talk there. Let's go and investigate. I wonder, is it working? Seems to be. But it's probably more working for the story than anything else. I'm pretty sure this is Yyasulani station. But from the state of it, that's where it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. Finish looking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to have a look at this. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently. But I would say its presence confirms this is indeed Gulool Ja's domain we're in. But what about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? Everything looks abandoned for centuries. So as all evidence suggests, this is Yyasulani Station. I've no doubt we're in Yyasulani. I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For the structure to deteriorate and for new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash. If I didn't know better, I would say time flows differently here. That could make sense. Such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomena before, so it happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yyasulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions. But if everyone says this is Yyasulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Aaron will... Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? Still functioning? It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. I'm not gonna do this. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Sure, always. With you, always, Graham. Look there, lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. Closer inspection appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would pose it. It's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link person. Ah, good. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Oh, wants to talk with you alone a bit more. What in the world?
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
That must be quite a shock for him.
Damn it all.
Traumatic experience.
None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Oh? Here she is. Again. Athena? I hope not.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
Who are you?
Gulool Ja has told me a great deal about you.
Gulool Ja?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria.
Alexandria?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
And we get Final Fantasy IX music. Right as she says Alexandria. And Theme.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Gulool Ja holds that title, and together do we reign.
It's almost a mockery.
Behind the attack on Tulihiola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight.
Really?
Gulool Ja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I.
Okay.
It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
The script's on her back and... They look Eorzean in nature.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Gulool Ja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people.
Even more FFXIV music.
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
At least for us, it was days, yeah.
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yyasulani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know.
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say
Easier
is
said
that
than
one
done.
day,
Yeah.
people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them. Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
Good thinking, Alize.
If we're to defeat Gulool Ja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides... You're right. Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Gulool Ja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
Naivety or... Yeah. Both are good, but...
I take it there will be trouble if Gulool Ja hears of this.
Is that concern or suspicion?
A bit both.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course.
Hmm.
But you do strike me as the most capable here.
I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? You and me think alike, Alice. Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. It is. Plus, I've seen her in Gulool, so there is that too. Royal welcome. A royal welcome. Alice is inclined to keep a close eye on the queen. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirt, and see what we can learn, perhaps about Sphene as well. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrol. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Tyrali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
More or less. More Final Fantasy IX music. At least the melody.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
What are those headpieces?
The queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
It's only
There
natural
is
for a
something,
ruler
yeah.
to love her people.
Is it though?
And I should like to know them as best I can. Even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true then. Gulool Ja is still so young. Oh, where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Popone? That is a Tonawautan to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Cahciua, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Cahciua?
Cahciua.
Cahciua. I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yyasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
So you know her?
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Popone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Gulool Ja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
30 years. Little wonder Gulool Ja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Yeah.
Do you suppose time's still passing faster in here?
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
Makes things easier for the game.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yyasulani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Gulool Ja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
And what about those devices on their heads?
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Okay. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of the farming, but hasn't replaced everything. People wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, and going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciates that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I'm sure there is much you wish to learn as well. So please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we'd passed earlier. UP's Halo, as it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to UP's Halo. Allow me to introduce you to Cahciua, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. Sorry. He's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge he has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sphene. What do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I'm come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here. Sorry. You know me too well, Cahciua. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare and perhaps pepper them with a few questions. But do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead, I'll keep Sphene company. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type. But given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? Fair point. But be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain on the Ruklamat's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You wish to know about my job? I tend to fields mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we used for the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code. Should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. Land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then? Yeah, from outside. Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather, the entrance. The real storehouse is on the ground, much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a valuable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicates our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. Is that true? Maybe. So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at UUP's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry and egg. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it. But it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. So yeah, everything is suspiciously normal. Normal. I see, don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you have had your fill speaking with the farmers, then let us return to Cahciua. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? Yeah, that one. Everything was surprisingly normal. And suspiciously normal. That's comforting to hear. Your words serve to affirm that my people do not work with undue strain. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the other call you by that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles or formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed that machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. My feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water to the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it to the army. So, shall we? We could take care of it if you'd like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but this is much too dangerous. It's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tulyolal. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Mingna is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gratefully accept, but please, take all care. I'm sorry. This ought to go in faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends. On our own. Good hunting. You're both alright, thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you, we truly appreciate this. Indeed. With this we won't have to ask Gulool Ja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough, Moshe. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us more with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never failed to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Sphene. That I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. Ah, for you to be called that. I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, it's no laughing matter. Our ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Yeah, that. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Ba 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 ba. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. Dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with fiends. Come and visit us anytime. Also, the music is very foreboding, so doesn't help. Do you hear that? No?
What's happening over there?
Oh, that did wake me up.
It's nearly time.
For what?
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Namika?
Oh.
What's the matter, dear?
Yeah, do you recognize her?
It can't be.
Yeah, it is her.
That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. your memory will live on. In us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Well, I think they mean it quite literally.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer?
Nope. Wrong button. There we go.
We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
And I? You don't want to leave? Yeah. That's better.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one.
That's what you want to say.
What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
Question is why?
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
How and
wish
why?
that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes.
Okay.
To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
So it might as well be the... which one was it? Not the second. It was the second calamity. Lightning, but do we know which... Emmett probably would have known which one it was.
I see. And
Which
it was only
chart?
later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder.
That was
Once you have been registered
non-affirmative.
as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoral Ja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoral Ja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoral Ja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question.
You doesn't really react the way I thought you would.
Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Cahciua, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
No?
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
Okay. We have a lead.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
Memory was erased.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
The Everkeep. Interesting. What's going on? How could Pain suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetheryte. An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry, I couldn't be of help. I do recall caring for someone until recently. And you say that it was a woman named Namika. Well, I can't say for certain if it was her, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. And you? What's that? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If you'd spent time here, I would remember. Apparently not. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. But if such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. You would have failed the search of either corresponding to the act too, and I sensed none of that moment. Or at that moment. Neither did I. But I did notice something else. Right before Penopane seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for I did hear it a few times now, but I still don't. Cahciua instead. Being said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. Well then, let's go. Oh? Impossible. And what's this? What a thing? Another kind of mechanical soldiers. A soldier. It looks dangerous. We better destroy it. Doesn't look dangerous. Looks rather cute. Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking asking some questions. Ernwill, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try and track it down. Do you know about this one? Hey there. What voice could it be? There it is. You found it? The northeast, and it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It will well be a... It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. I heard faint voices coming from inside, so it's not alone. We're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. I doubt it. I can hear them, several people up ahead. Can make out their conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard. Looks rather cozy down here.
What is this?
Aaronville!
A trap?
Elene'shpya. It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
That sound was funny.
I just had to get a look at you in the light, and I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Elene'shpya!
My darling, what now?
What happened here?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun?
You okay? Aaronville?
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Gulool Ja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elene'shpya was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Cahciua.
Cahciua.
Sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Elene'shpya are always welcome.
But
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Okay.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
Yeah, I wonder too. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can't think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what happened, I'll need to ask her. Gone and forgotten. Let's hear what she has to say. That drink looks nice. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldesion, it's been a while since I've heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this. It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. Remotely, that's good. I hope. We are members of a resistance organization. Oblivion, we call ourselves. And our goal is to thwart Gulool Ja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see, whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are. Though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is? As I expected, you've already noticed everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Oh? Okay. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Gulool Ja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electrobe technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource and payment for service rendered. The Voidsent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind. Similarly, And similarly, I expect that the act comes with some risk. Yeah. These two. Wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management, then the reason everyone has forgotten Amika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So this is what is meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, and an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. Meanwhile, memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to the Yok Hui philosophy, where I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier, In chasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Elene'shpya to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best for to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that Turali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why we used the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them, if they wish so. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her own, her will on others. Ah, so you've already met her. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Gulool Ja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right. But however you feel about them... Quite right. But however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I'm not just a person to show you. And as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you will find out. That's an interesting map there. It was a bit too late to make screenshot. Nah, too bad. No. Can I take a look? That's where we came from, I guess. Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunder Yards hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We are to meet an acquaintance of mine, Stryka, one of these hunters. Cahciua, what are you doing here, and with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on, I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen Sphene's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they are struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, you don't say. I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Cahciua said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. With the art being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. A special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of. If it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course, in which case, it'll be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourself in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus, slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. Okay. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. Okay. My fussy little bun was never any good at fighting, and this body of mine isn't suited to it either. We leave this work in your capable hands. I'm afraid I must leave the fighting to you. This one will do nicely. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. You don't look like this, that... Ah. Oh no. Preserve. She needs healing. And a new soul? Right now. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously? Let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Hunter soul. Yeah, that's quite a difference in power. Just like Gulool Ja. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator. I guess so. I think I understand now how Gulool Ja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa. I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me, you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the serpentine soldiers we encountered at Vanguard, who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the king's elite. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same, in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they would allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls. Those of people and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user the preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers any untimely death. And what about the souls of beasts? They work much the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Striker. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws. Too many and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings becomes more and more reminiscent of Voidsent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations in the reflections are surprising indeed. But we all have our thoughts and souls. For now, the important thing is we know what powers Gulool Ja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporal ether from incorporeal ether, but strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliola's concern. With this newfound power, Gulool Ja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. The worth of a soul. Embracing oblivion. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all. But for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. At this rate. There's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. Okay. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it is plain there is a wide gulf between Tuliolal and Alexandria. And while Gulool Ja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's done, or become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower Everkeep. So here I would like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Cahciua and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust. But the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Gulool Ja. Sphene too claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple, really. Their leader is Elene'shpya's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. Fair point, and knowing Gulool Ja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it wouldn't be hardening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there is no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves but everyone in Tuliolal. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Cahciua. Or so. But I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can, otherwise we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when times come, strike down Gulool Ja, for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? If it's a trap, then we'll deal with it when it's sprung. That's always the way of it with you. Fine. If you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Cahciua, there's something I need to tell you and your people. Or whatever the name actually is. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Gulool Ja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do that, what I must, and I won't hesitate when time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Gulool Ja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal. So fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve is the least. In the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive actions. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Cahciua. Or whatever, everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Gulool Ja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion. The king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified, and even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Gulool Ja will eventually march on Tuliyollal again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is, we would have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he will leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he will take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliyollal. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of succession. He's challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant. And he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of your presence here. At that I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he wants Dean to appear, then we'll force him to do so. And how? Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him, show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he will tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliyollal again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliyollal requires that Gulool Ja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts, keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Y'shtola and will make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. Seems we have a plan. While we wait for Gulool Ja to move, you would do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourself with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this was the place. I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. No? Hiding a tree in a forest, as it were. The only question is how to get through the checkpoint. How about that? Theen said that she would make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. Then, when you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. I mean, I already did speak with you, didn't I? While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Gio, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wawakwi. I'm Nostalgia, it's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside a barrier. We've been with Oblivion... We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wawakwi is a Tonawamatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right, our mother is Tuliyollal and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you, though I have no memories of my mother. I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So, what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he would be released. But when months went by, with no word from him or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother, and didn't want to lose those of our father as well. We have all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard, even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for our father, we joined the order. I'm sorry I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. Well, man is a how do you say this? Tonautan name? I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. My dream is to go and see it with my own eyes. Our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone is so nice, you'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the Backroom. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts, all. Elene'shpya, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Cahciua. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother, while you can. Still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. That was a lot of text again. And meanwhile in Everkeep. Oh, first time we will see inside. Hey there.
You've been consulting with Gulool Ja. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming, but when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Gulool Ja bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Gulool? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Gulool Ja and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason.
Wisdom and abilities. So there is something more to her than we know so far.
Uklamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yolal.
They really like to go up close with him.
What now?
Solution 9. Right, Cahciua's waiting. Let's head to the tower. In we go. Let's see Solution 9. Ah, there you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guests, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of Gulool Ja's minions to deal with. Nothing to worry about. Nothing for it, but see if Sphene has betrayed us, eh? Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass, if you'll be so kind. Outrunner guide unit identified, registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified, verifying credentials. Credentials verified, welcome guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There we have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me everyone, Solution 9 awaits. Maybe I'll do something in post. If you're watching this, then yeah, I have done something in post probably, or maybe not. I will see. So in we go. Solution 9.
Everkeep, a tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
That is quite impressive.
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
seeing here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed of the life back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralj's dominion, do you not?
You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
Okay.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
I mean, I look the part.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
And they're off.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in him. You must have been through a lot together.
Yeah, quite.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Elene'shpya,
Yep.
why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together?
Oh,
It's not that I'm scared or
yeah,
anything.
sure.
Everything is just so different from home is all.
Yeah, sure. Tower is inside a tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. I mean, the graphics update really made this a reality. That is quite crazy, I have to say. Crossroads already? This place is too much, I have no idea where I should go. Right, I've made up my mind. That was fast. Let's head to that building there. Oh. Cutscene.
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
Huh? Would you look at that?
Sphene.
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Okay.
Oh, a request, you said?
Yes, an important one.
And that is?
I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Gulool Ja.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste.
Don't think it was haste.
Regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you asked the impossible. Gulool Ja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Gulool Ja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You don't?
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Yyasulani. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
I won't yield on this either.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around?
From one ruler to another.
I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well, I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
The Queen's Tour. Let's begin then, shall we? I must say I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near layouts. What do you call Aetherites? Remember this and you won't lose your way. Now then, seeing as it is right there, or here, I will show you the Nexus Arcade first. Please follow me. This complex is home to all manners of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most everything here. Everkeep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing. We have the same pose. How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from that strange metal? Was it? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electrode. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits upon it, electrode can be used to convert lightning energy to those of other elements. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat and is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert it to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can also be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind while projecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. It's almost scary that what you can do with electrope. If such a wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. I understand. That's probably what happened. The shop over here, what does it sell? Ah yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting. No? What is all this? Bags. They look very weird. This shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? I can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were too in the beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I will purchase it. Welcome, friends. How lucky you are of Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Let's see. Pink hexagon, liquid filled pouch, long rectangular bar, hexagon patterned bag, black and yellow tin. What's in this one? Oh yes, the salad paste. This is designed for those who are concerned about their figure. With its blend of 9 varieties of vegetables, it'll help your efforts to slim down. Fashion models swear by it, and youths can't get enough of the stuff either. No. A synthetic fruit pellets? Yeah, the synthetic fruit pellets. What the? The synthetic fruit pellets. They are our best approximation of the taste and texture of grape. I've never tried the real fruit, so I can't say how faithful they are, but there is no denying their popularity. I mean, they had to add a grape joke, didn't they? Ah, the reviving tonic. I take it you're thirsty. The flavor is a sublime blend of sweet and salty, and it stays fresh for over 10 years thanks to the special container. Keen on the perfect meal bar, are you? It's all the nutrients your body needs, packed into a single foodstuff. The flavor is formulated to never taste dull, and one bar will satisfy you for a whole day. Many folks prefer this to taking multiple meals. And that one, just curious. This here is cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a sight more affordable. This particular product is known as Gold Label, and it's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken, grown at the plant on the 4th level. I mean, I have to go with the grapes. Give me some grapes, please. While they are all very tempting, I'm going to have the steak. I'm absolutely starving. Okay. Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling our selections here and now? It's been a long time since we've had newcomers. I would love to see your reactions. Oh, gather the crowd. This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture, Mingna. Let's dig in. Okay. Alright, here we go. Following Gulamat's lead, you sample your selections. Amazing, I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like raw neck. And the spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. I like this boy's outfit. The pink and turquoise one. Ah, don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction. And how about you? Just because. It's interesting. That face doesn't sell it, believe it. It's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back, though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliyollal first arrived. We endeavored to learn about one another and embraced our differences. Alright, what about you, Sphene? Aren't you having something to eat too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. Alright, but what's your favorite food? If you don't mind me asking. My favorite food? Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favorite food. Is it such a difficult question? I'm sorry, it's just, when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. I forgot, I was indecisive. But here's something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. Oh? My favorite food? That is a question I might never be able to answer. I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well, next I was thinking of showing you the residential sector, but it's in part so I can tend to personal matters. It's a visitation to be precise, and I believe it will be educational for you as well. Would the two of you mind accompanying me? Not at all. Wonderful. Let me know when you have seen enough here and we'll make our way. Ready? Then let's head to the residential sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I would be glad to tell you about any places of interest that we come upon. This is Mosaic, a cafe Here you can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. I see, in Tuliolal there is a similar establishment called... again. Spallietier. That's seashell in the local tongue. Is there a story behind the name Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's the Hune, who resemble some Tonawata, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Milalla. That's lava. When they all are gathered here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose to name the cafe. That's nice. If they served tacos here, it would be perfect. Tacos? A traditional dish and one of my favorite foods. You must try one day. Ah, yes, definitely. We'll make it happen once we restore peace to Tuliolal. Right, let's continue on. And here we are. These buildings are where our citizens live. Okay. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, or just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left, here at the residential radius 914. 914? Residential radius? That's right. Come, the door opens automatically. 914. They're probably the 9th chart. Could be. This is the place. A mother and son live here. Oh. That is quite a nice apartment, I have to say. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today, is that alright? Of course. Friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please, make yourself at home. How has Milos been? How has Milos been? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. I like the haircut. Hello, Milos. Have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lightning. As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing, and even on bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. I see. Sphene visits often, does she? She does. Milos simply adores her. He sometimes even manages to smile when she's here. What of yourself, Isadora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and We have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There is nothing you can do for him, perhaps a treatment with souls or... Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age and illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Melos. The illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear, though. The excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically since these past 30 years. It's all my fault. What was that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make it a proper visit next time, with treats to share. There is no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Melos and I wouldn't still be here. I mean, now that there is a way out, why not? Thank you, Queen Sphene. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy for your mother and for me. Now that there's a way out, maybe get out of this area. I mean, later after we did clear the content and everything in the following patches. My thanks for accompanying me on the visit. The illness is a part of life in Alexandria, and I thought that you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Melos smile again. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, 98. Her people, her family. Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. You can stop here if you like. No. I do this because I want to, so please, do not worry. Next I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, we need to go by way of lane node 9, where the Aetherite is situated. Why did I almost mispronounce Aetherite? Don't tell me we need to use that now. Why not? The conveyor ahead will transport you to the government sector, where Resolution is located. The markings on the conveyor indicate its direction and where its pair, just like it on the other side. Ah, and there is a pair just like it on the other side. Is it safe? Extremely. There is no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, Mingna. Sure. That was a nice effect. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. From Resolution we oversee the running of the district and provide essential service to citizens such as welfare support and job introductions. It's quicker to show than tell, so let's proceed inside. Oh, okay. Soul supply.
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
Indeed.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
Yeah.
With knowledge comes appreciation.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while.
That's okay.
In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago it's said, lightning energy began to swell in our world. According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
But it is definitely the calamity of lightning that
Indeed.
ravaged this
One day,
world.
when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic until electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor, Lindblom, committed its stores of electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
Sounds an awful lot like an umbral calamity.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime.
Maybe. Once you reveal your true self.
To continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin.
Because I'm not sure that's your true appearance if you said that you can alter it. So I'm curious to know if that was just a throwaway line or if it will hold significance in the end.
Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must do something!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was.
Oh, Arcadian.
I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again. We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we?
That was quite alright.
Right, I believe we visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Makes sense.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Gulool Ja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zoraal Ja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
But you can't.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import. Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Second time.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well. For now, our priority is Zoraal Ja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiola.
I'd like that very much.
Yeah, something isn't quite right.
It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Vau Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
Yeah, something is up with her. What was Sphene wanting to tell us, I wonder? Well, I can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now and should probably go to Cahciua's meeting point. That'll be back to where we came, I think. Yep. Sphene genuinely cares for her people. I can respect her for that. And thanks to her tour, I've come to better understand the lives of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore. So we're supposed to go to a place called True View in the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. You know, once you get used to it, they're actually kind of fun. Come on, Mingno. This is the right place, you think? I hope so. I don't see the others, though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Mingno? Look, over there. Ah. A Gulool Ja child. What are they doing here? Well, maybe that is the guide. You noticed too, right? The resemblance to Gulool Ja. Oh? The blue scales of a boa with the features of a hobigo. This can't be a coincidence. At any rate, I wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, let's go after them. There's one just on the upper right corner was one. There it is, the graphics card. So this is True View. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lovely. That's the Arcadian. That building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at the moment, I guess. Same stance again. Oh? Ah! Sorry, I'm not really that loud because it's 11 o'clock. And I cannot really scream or my neighbors would come and... I don't want to say it. I don't want to imagine it. Even. It's okay. But yeah, can't scream or my neighbors will not be very happy. I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean you any harm. We just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? Run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear? Could it be they want to take us somewhere? I think so. Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? Yes, okay. So it is. Alright then, lead the way. Okay. Again, it's easy. Just do that and You can't forget about it and eat watermelon, for example. Here we are. Is this where you wanted to bring us? What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? So you're still not inclined to talk. He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. You know him? After a fashion, but never mind. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend our special, Her Majesty. I'll prepare one without liquor for the boy too. Ah, thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Cahciua. But we ran into the child on the way, and he led us here. Ah, so you're with Cahciua, I don't know. Cahciua. Side-eye? In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tussles there. He will show you to a fun place. What about him? I don't think he is in a mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. This has taken a turn for the strange, but you don't think we're walking into a trap, do you? Damned if this doesn't have suspicious written all over it. What's this fun place meant to be? Is Cahciua there? I suppose there's only one way to find out. Gives you teeth. This area is normally off limit, but Cahciua's told us about you. Just follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. That's coming now. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised. Okay. If you say so.
Wonderful! They're here!
And are you surprised?
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
You said you weren't surprised, and now you are. Ah.
I bid you welcome to the Backroom. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
The Backroom.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
In the Backroom together with Cahciua. Okay. Yeah, I just said that, I know.
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro... skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
So there is another one. Well, I knew we would get our artifact from someone, but I didn't think it would be that. Oh well. And the hair. Yeah.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, don't you? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation. The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is.
Okay.
But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point.
A husband and wife, you say?
That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device. Oh, you didn't know?
Nope.
As a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No.
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
You just told everything. Okay.
Do you know aught of them?
The founders, maybe? Would make sense.
Listen, Cryle. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala.
And Malala are Lalafell. In this world.
Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents, the founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
Now you want to know?
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves.
Well, you have the earring.
I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both,
I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoraljah to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
I've buggered it up again!
Okay. That would be
Never
mine.
a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shale.
I will help. For my artifact gear. Genold, was it, this time? Sorry how to see me passion spilling over. Happens when you put your heart and soul into your craft, you know? And not to be weird or nothing, but felt a sense of kinship when I saw you. As if we've met in another life. Met in another life. Yeah, we have met a few times now, but anyway, as I was saying, I need someone to lend me a hand. I haven't slept for 2 nights now. Not a single wink, and I'm ripe to collapse. Can't afford to though. Got folks reeling on me, see? But if I'm to keep at it, I need you to fetch me my favorite energy tonic. Okay. That voucher's good for 2 cans. One for yourself, by the way. Welcome. Can get the stuff at any old vending machine though. You need to talk to a bloke named Philemon. You find him tending a bar out on the main strip. Go off, yeah? Go, now? Okay, those coffee bags, probably. They look amazing. Philemon, welcome. What are you having? Energy drinks, please. Energy tonics you can't get from vending machines? How dare you suggest that I sell such dangerous stuff? Away with you, and don't come back. Got a voucher? Slip it to me then. Nice and so. So you're collecting for Genold. A can for him and a can for you, eh? Indeed. Thank you. Here you go. Yours is formulated for beginners. Gentler than the full strength stuff. It's not contraband or anything, so you won't run a fool of the authorities. But if the Rodina Consortium was made aware of my special selection, it would be bad news for business. Now, seeing as it's your first time, I want you to drink your tonic here, just in case there's side effects. Okay. Bottoms up now. Need to make sure it doesn't affect you in any unintended ways. Oh. Oh, can't. Bearing a curious design upon its can, this energy tonic is the favorite of Oblivion member Gennard. Oh, nothing special. This one? Bearing a curious design upon its can, this energy tonic appears formulated for beginners. You drank the tonic in a single pull. Heh. Now that's how you did. Your pulls ought to quicken soon, after which you'll start to see everything more clearly, and then finally you feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like growing a pair of rainbow wings. Well, you haven't up and cracked it, so hurry along and give Gennard his tonic. He tends to leave it to the last moment, and I expect he's about to keel over. What? Okay. That's quite funny. It's already over, but that was funny. You've got a tonic? Give it here, quick. Yeah? Ah, that's the stuff. Ain't nothing like it to blow the cobwebs right out. With a great big kaboom. Awakens something feral in me, it does. Transforms me into a remorseless beast that won't stop till it's done what it was born to do. Any road, sorry for sending you off an errand like that. I just can't concentrate without me tonic. You know? And the pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, I better get back to it. Those weapons and tools ain't going to enhance themselves.
I've been meaning to ask about that Gulool Ja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Gulool Ja's son.
So you think so too. But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Gulool Ja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Gulool Ja.
Oh.
It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
Indeed.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual.
Yeah, we noticed.
At first, I intended to raise him as my own. But just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days. And where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What?
miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers, and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gulool Ja is Zorolja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Well, that was him. So...
Oh dear. It's Gulool Ja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
Ah, this is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamaji. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Cahciua, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
Little footfalls. It is all Wuklamat can do, not rush off. If Gulool Ja is outside the tower, we need to find him as quickly as possible. Even if he's used to getting around on his own, the wilds are still no place for a child. Agreed. While Kral and Raha continue reviewing the data, the three of us should devote ourselves to the search. Alright, let's head to the base of the tower and take it from there. Well, here we are outside. But where do we go? Well, here we are outside, but where do we even begin? Perhaps someone has caught sight of Gulool Ja. Let's make inquiries nearby. Good idea. Could you handle the outskirts, Alize? In the meantime, Minnow and I will head beyond that big wall. Oh. Nice. You can go to the other side. Actually, I didn't even notice. Was it always open or is it... Yeah, I don't know. Looks like some sort of salvaged yard. Well, let's ask after Gulool Ja. Gulool Ja isn't here. Okay. You know the boy? Have you seen him? Oh, forgive me. I didn't know you were... No offense taken, my name is Tapu. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. I can recognize people by their footfalls, including Gulool Ja. So he didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? I don't know your voices, but... I don't know your voices. Who are you to Gulool Ja, and why do you search for him? I'm family, though we're not in... I'm family. I'm family. Though we're not related by blood, his father is my brother. We've only just met Gulool Ja and we haven't had a chance to talk properly. But I'm about to do something that will make him hate me, and I wanted the chance to explain. His father is your brother. Then that means you're... Yes, I'm Vuklamat, vow of resolved to Lyolal. And I've journeyed here to bring my brother Gulool Ja to account for murdering our people and our father. When all is said and done, Gulool Ja may want nothing to do with me. Nonetheless, I'll always consider him family. I'll always be there for him, and I want him to know that. It tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells the tale. Gulool Ja was headed south. There he was. There is a place that is as close to here. Gulool Ja was headed south. There he has a place that is as close to a home as he knows. Find and bear your hearts to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes. His queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I will, don't worry. But what do you mean when you say Sphene respected your wishes? Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then, she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. That sounds like Sphene, alright? Well, thanks for telling me about Gulool Ja. I found him and we'll have a good talk. We continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. It's a town. And half of it is submerged. The architecture looks nothing like what we've seen so far. It's more Charlian? Ah, there he is, among the ruins. I only caught a glimpse, but there's no mistaking that tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It would be a disaster if a building collapsed while he is inside. Ba, ba, ba. Drowned vestiges. Vestiges, I think. That's the name. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared behind a building, but I'm pretty sure Gulool Ja was heading further south. I'll contact Alice on Link Pearl and let her know to join us. This is the area, but the canals and the debris make it hard to get a good view. Let's split up and search. If you could head into the canals, I'll make my way through the streets. Canals. Let's split up and search. If you could head into the canals, I'll make my way through the streets. When we find Gulool Ja, Let's watch from a distance until he gets to his destination. Wouldn't want to straddle him and cause an accident. It looks weird, the whole thing tilted to the side. Slightly. There he is. You have located Gulool Ja. Follow him quietly without being noticed. Nice.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder? So he's looking after those little ones.
Yeah, we yet have to see them, so finally, they're here.
Gulool Ja.
Not another step!
What? A sentry?
Run, Gulool Ja, run!
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
Okay. He is protecting the boy.
My name is Wuk Lamat. and I've come to talk to Gulool Ja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
But... I want to get to know her too.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
That soldier looks a lot like Gulool Ja itself, or himself
All right,
itself.
then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
No, that's a long time.
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you.
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
Oh.
You're captain of the knights?
Yeah.
You seem different from other machines. What's your story?
And there I thought it was Gulool Ja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
All right. A repast it is.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
No? So, my new friends, I would enlist your aid in procuring the ingredients for our repast. After all, the most enjoyable meals are those we make together. We're happy to pitch in, of course. What ingredients did you have in mind? First of all, some yam and pumpkin. People of the outskirts should be willing to share their harvest. If you and Gulool Ja could go and speak to them. Sure, I'll ask for the cast-offs too, as usual. As for Mignon and Alize, I would be obliged if you could procure some woolback meat. The creatures can be found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, Their flesh makes a good substitute. That of the younger ones especially, and as it is more tender and less gamey. Consider it done. We'll be back with the meat before you know it. Thank you kindly. In the meantime, I shall see to the other preparations. What's this? I'm meant to understand that you have already procured the meat. Of course. Good heavens, you have such a choice cut it is. Good heavens, you have. And such a choice cut beside. And such a choice cut it is beside. This plain, you know how to handle yourself in battle. Were it 400 years ago, I would have recruited you to the Royal Knights. Thank you. Memories of a Night. Once Alize brings her portion, we shall have a glorious bounty to satisfy growing younglings like yourselves. Indeed, I expect there will be ample leftovers to share with the good folk of the Drift Downs. They always appreciate a warm meal. Now, seeing as you have completed your task so quickly, I have another request to make of you. We've exhausted our supplies of kindling electrope, and I should be grateful if you could search the houses yonder for more. In the Old Kingdom, electrope rations were issued to each citizen, while small fragments may still be found here and there. If you can obtain 5 pieces, say at least one ought to be what we require, that is. The kind that converts lighting to fire. Gulool Ja can identify them by their circuitry. So pray take them to him. The boy has become quite deft at discerning electrope types, and in a very short time, I might add. Now, off you go, and happy foraging. I'm sorry that my reading skills are seemingly getting worse right now, but that's because I should probably soon get some sleep. So then, let's see. Otis says you have the electrope for me. Wow, you found a lot. Let's see, this one creates wind, this one is for water. You can tell just like that, I'm impressed. Clever, isn't he? I bet he gets it from his father. Ah, this is it, this converts to fire. It's absorbed lots of lightning, so we should be able to kindle a flame easily. Thank you, Mingno. Thanks to your kind assistance, we have everything we need for our repast. You have done your part, and now I shall do mine. I bid you relax, my friends. The meal will soon be served. This is the kind of thing families do. Gulool Ja. We have meals together and talk about what's on our minds. So you ate with your father? Yes. with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of Resolve and I doing the talking, though Kona and the head of Reason occasionally joined in, and Gulool Ja spoke when he was spoken to. You said that you have 2 papas. Does that mean one is yours and the other is my father's? No, both are our fathers. He's what people call blessed siblings, a Mamulja with 2 heads. Gulool Ja is his true-born child, while Conan and I were adopted and don't share the same blood. But that doesn't make us any less family. What matters is our hearts are connected. The head of Resolve taught me that. Family. Do you have someone like that too? A person you think is family, even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? I'm something of a lone wolf. You must be strong. I don't think I could be alone like that for long. So, Gulool Ja, I'm hoping that we could be family, you and I. Won't you tell me about yourself? You really want to know about me? I do. I want to know all about you. The things you love, the things you hate, anything and everything. I want to know all about you too. That reminds me, we were hoping to hear your story too, Otis. As you wish. Be forewarned that mine is a tale that will be long and recounting. It was before lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. We are talking hundreds of years prior to the calamity, right? Indeed. Earlier still than when I assumed this mechanical form. 450 years ago, to be precise. Then you used to be a normal person. Oh yes, I was once flesh and blood like you, and I proudly served as a knight of Alexandria. So rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person. How is that possible? It is only natural that you are confused. Hear my tale to the end, and all shall become clear. Go on then. The foremost duty of the Royal Knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time that was their Majesties, the King and Queen, and their only child, Her Highness the Princess. Could it be? It's possible. And we'll see. By then every nation of our star was embroiled with some manner of conflict over Electrope. Thus was our kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbors. That war was the catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amidst the chaos, the king and queen among them. I was thinking, what if the king and queen were... No, it wasn't Kral's parents. would be the other ones that we learned before. Forget it. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess. Yeah, who then rose to the occasion and brought hope to her people in those tiring times. So kind-hearted was our young queen that at her behest we even took in refugees from the enemy nation. Or could this be her? No, but sadly her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body had been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. How tragic. Nari was there a citizen whose eye remained dry, and many a moon was spent constructing a great tomb worthy of her memory. Yet I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists had successfully extracted her soul. Okay. Did we hear it right? Extracted her soul? Why the change in lightning? Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we may live on. This age-old belief had always comforted our people, but as casualties mounted in the wake of the calamity, we sought to make it into reality through the power of an electrope. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul, and it was used to spare the queen eternal death. Yet it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to recreate a person as they were in life, and this required that their memories be further extracted from their souls, or from their soul. It took many more years of research to make this possible, by which time I had become a grey old man. With my days numbered, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as test subject for the procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel. And by my successful rebirth, I paved the way for those who are recreated from the memories of the departed. The Endless, they are called. If your tale is true, then the queen that your people brought back to life. It wouldn't be Sphene, wouldn't it? Oh, so you know Her Majesty as well. My description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what you no doubt felt in her presence. I haven't met her myself, I confess, not since assuming my current form. Wouldn't want to frighten the living daylights out of her. I mean, does it change anything if she is a machine? The Endless. So all this time, Sphene wasn't alive. She lives, yet she does not. 'Tis admittedly a difficult distinction to make. Having inherited the memories of a departed soul, an Endless feels, thinks and acts precisely as that person would. In that sense, I believe they are alive. The Alexandrians know about this, right? It can't have gone unnoticed that Sphene is perpetually youthful. No one really knows about the Endless. People who wear regulators don't even think about death. Everyone sees that the Queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just who she is. Are the Endless apart from yourself? Are there Endless apart from yourself? While there should be as many Endless as those who have died, I believe they are limited in where they can exist. Queen Sphene is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an Endless. They are created using memories extracted from a soul, but my entire soul was placed inside a machine. Being inside a machine makes you different. How? But I do not understand the finer points in my life is bound to this vessel. If it breaks down, then it would be over for me. Much like a being of flesh and blood, hardly an Endless. Unchanging life, I'm sure you'll agree. An endless, unchanging life. I can't help but be reminded of the Aya. Did Cahciua and the others know about all this? Considering their existence and extensive intelligence gathering, I would be surprised if they didn't. For now, let's share what we learned with Kral and Raha. I can't help but have misgivings about this. Ah. Not the meanwhile, but a cutscene at least. Or regardless.
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Elene'shpya! It's been too long, my friend. Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
What? It's Cahciua. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
Well, she's not.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Huh? Elene'shpya?
I'm looking for Cahciua. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Cahciua?
Yeah?
This cannot be.
At least he can put one and one together.
The memories of the departed are taken away. No.
Elene'shpya, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me? Say something, would you?
At a crossroads. Although the mood became a tad subdued at the end, I thoroughly enjoyed our repast together. We did too, Otis. To hear about the Endless was something of a shock, but we likewise enjoyed your company. Above all, I'm glad that you and I could talk, Gulool Ja. We're going to get along great. I just know it. You think so? I'm happy for you, my boy. Now then, I presume you will be returning to Erkeep. Permit me to accompany you at least a part of the way. About Sphene. Doesn't matter to me if she's an Endless. Whether she's alive like you and me or not. I've seen enough to know that she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. We still don't know what it is. I expect there are things she can't tell us. Not with Gulool Ja watching. But at the very least, I would like to know what the Endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. I just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. Okay, on the way back, let's make a quick stop at the Drift Downs. I want to tell Tapu how it went. One last ether current. Arya returned. Were you able to find Gulool Ja? We were, thanks to you. All's well with the boy. All's well with the boy. I'm relieved to hear that. And know that he has a family who worries for him. Gulool Ja must be glad. I hope so. I'll try not to rush or force anything though. It's for him to decide what I am to him. My, what a pleasant surprise it is to meet you in these parts. Oh. Sphene, what are you doing here? Visiting my people? Are you doing the same perchance? I suppose we are, yes. Listen, there's something we'd like to talk to you about. Could we have a word in private? So you know about the Endless. Well, we may not discuss this openly, and people will have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years. I've made no attempt to conceal my nature. If I may ask, though, who was it that told you about the Endless? Only a few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I bear no ill towards this mystery individual, lest that be your concern. I'm merely curious. Tell me, Sphene, if you care for your people, that much is plain. And I assume you care for the Endless too. Earlier, in Everkeep, there was something that you wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? The Endless are as dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. But they can only be sustained by meeting certain exacting requirements. Thus far we've managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we would be pushed beyond our limit. Their preservation demands vast amounts of energy. Energy. I don't understand the workings of it all, but is there something we can do? Help. Then... would you be willing to become Alexandrian citizens? What? I have my nation, my people to protect. You can't just become Alexandrian. Indeed. I suppose you cannot. First you tell us to make peace, then you tell us to go home. What exactly is it that you want? The same as you, of course, to protect my people. The bottom one is the one I would like to know. Is there something that only Gulool Ja can do? That I cannot say. I do not ask that you understand, or like me, but I wish. I wish we had been born on the same side of it. Hey, what do you mean by that? Wait, Sphene? Damn it. Well, I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to Everkeep. And let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Sphene. I don't want to risk causing him pain. Why does it say speak with Otis?
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sphene.
Tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline. A part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet, though it be in my previous life, I failed to protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Gulool Ja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
I've been looking all over for you.
What's wrong?
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Gulool Ja. He marches to Vanguard.
Okay.
So he's
Let's
done
begin.
waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us. Yyasulani is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. What are we to do?
Stay calm. Cahciua has yet to be alerted, yes? Take word to the Backroom as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work. I'll try contacting those in Gulool Ja.
Otis, I need you to keep Gulool Ja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Gulool Ja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance. Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona.
Good. How's the situation in Gulool Ja?
There's nothing to worry about. Or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated. I'm coming, Gulool Ja. And we will finish this once and for all.
That was a quick end. This is the moment of truth. We have to hold Gulool Ja here. And I know exactly how to do that. And with that, so role quest done. Time to continue and finish the main scenario quest as soon as possible. Upon speaking with Vuklamat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. The Protector and the Destroyer. Let's go. Before we get going, I have a request to make of you. When we confront Gulool Ja, you must let me face him alone. What? No, that's too dangerous. Why put you at such risk? We don't have to. We have two priorities. The first is hold Gulool Ja within the dome and protect Gulool Ja. The second is to free Yyasulani if she's been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the worthy foe for Gulool Ja. If I come at him with help, he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. That's why it needs to be a duel. Even if Gulool Ja is better prepared this time, it's true that it would be best to avoid another battle. And failing that, we might at least weaken Gulool Ja. Rest assured, I'm not going into this without a strategy. Our time in the Dome has given us invaluable insight into Alexandrian culture. The use of regulators for one. The secret of Gulool Ja's strength. Then you mean to... That's right, if I destroy this regulator, he'll be unable to draw upon souls. We'll see how much he wants a duel after that. So, will you leave Gulool Ja to me? Yeah, I believe in you, Lamati. Thank you, Migno. It's true that this is your fight, and how you choose to handle it is your decision. But if we see you struggling or Gulool Ja attempts to call upon his minions, we will go to your aid. Fair enough. Knowing you'll be there, I can give it my all. Together with Kona, I'll keep Tuyola safe. Let's see. There he is.
Gulool Ja!
Hello.
Yeah, they have her captured.
You disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
I am here, brother. I did not run, nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended with Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not regret your decision.
He is smiling, so... He may have... an ace up his sleeve.
I thought I was done for.
Yep.
You don't.
Had you
That's
let
what I
her
thought.
die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tuyola gives me strength even now. Ah! Come, let's get this over with. For my people and Sphene's.
How gullible you are. All of this is Sphene's doing. Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align, hence our alliance.
Liar! Sphene would never do that!
But we don't know yet, Vuklamat. We don't know yet.
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
How did she...
Don't let your guard down.
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zeralja's.
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
I do this for them. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you. But I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours.
She isn't real, doesn't matter.
The benevolent Queen Sphene.
Not gonna die, so...
An illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
Endless, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart. When you speak of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
Finally, the right question. Thanks, Alize.
You waste your words. There is no turning back.
I mean, if it's a reflection that now was rejoined,
Is this the strength that the love of Yyasulani lends you?
it would mean that they will vanish and be rejoined to the source. All the people.
A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
I already know. It will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me!
Nice blow.
You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Well, he still has his tech, so...
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it. Give the order to the fleet. Raise Yyasulani to the ground. and harvest every last soul. It is over for Tuli Yulal. Your works, your people, all will be ash before the day is done.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn's servant.
True. Well, let's see how they are able to defend themselves. That's quite the fleet.
They're coming!
Well, come on then, you tin bastards.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
I'm Head Sauro. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common. I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
Yeah, his aim is impeccable.
That's the spirit. We promised Valkona we deliver him a mountain of scrap. And I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
And if the air.
Hey kid, the ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below?
There he goes. Not bad.
Don't see that every day.
Oh, that was a great transition. Oh, it's Frankfurt.
Hardly sporting, and this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks. While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Tural.
Oh, Ranger here too?
As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm. And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
And in the city? Yeah, they are much better prepared now. I wonder if
Come no closer, you bastards!
something will happen at some point that shifts the favor again.
That was a near thing. Are you all right?
You saved your life. Yes, I know. Don't squander it.
I never thought you of all people would come to my rescue. Gulool Ja. Thank you.
Oh, still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it.
He's learning.
We're not done yet.
Get him, rum. Still fit for his age.
We're holding our own against their infantry. What of that monstrosity and its escort? If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
Oh. Really?
Bleeding dragon.
Ritra. Came all this way from Razatan. That's the last one I expected to come.
What in the Navigator's name is it doing here?
Yyasulani has entered into an alliance with Radzat Khan. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
That's nice. Astaya.
Yyasulani shall never forget this debt.
We will hold out, Lamachi. So keep your eyes forward and do what only you can do. Finish this and return home safe and sound.
Okay, so Yyasulani is safe. Now he will be informed about that.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Useless. All of you.
Stop!
Yeah, he doesn't care for his own people.
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! Enough! You swore you wouldn't harm my people.
Out of my way.
Yeah, he doesn't care. And now he has a spare one.
Have you gone mad?
When the army fails in its
not really.
duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess.
That's the thing, he hasn't gone mad. That was always him.
To achieve victory by any means necessary. Gulool Ja to Everkeep. Initiate court blood. Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
No!
Damn you!
Okay.
Stop! Please, Father, stop!
Gulool Ja! I told you not to come!
Gulool Ja?
You must flee, Gulool Ja. It isn't safe.
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me!
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
Otis? What's wrong?
Still a machine. A machine. He has to follow the king's order.
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
I must protect them.
So here we go. Dungeon or trial? Which one will it be? Which one will it be first? That's the question. But he should take his own child hostage. We must hurry back to Everkeep. Gulool Ja thinks nothing of others' lives. He will kill his own people. Chances are, we'll have to face a good part of his army, with Otis among them. Let's take all care. Are you ready? Okay. Proceed.
I have no more use for you. Be gone.
Father, wait! Father! Otis, Lamachi, you have to stop him. You have to.
At least he didn't harm him. any more than joking at the beginning.
What have you done?
Sphene, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
If there's something you can do, then do it! Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
There are multiple ones, I would say. Yeah.
If you care for your people, then protect them.
I deceived you all, and still...
The
We
talk
don't-
can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
It's not that we trust you now, but we know about... We know that you will help your people, so...
Nothing I wouldn't do for them.
Yeah.
Then let's split up and get to work.
Do what you can do. Please, everyone, lend me your strength.
Authority enough to move structures, okay.
Right, let's deal with these ones first.
There are still those we can save. We keep moving.
So many are still crying out in fear and pain. Please, hold on. Okay, I'll take these ones.
Please, too. Damn you, Zaraja.
Up to us to stop them.
Otis!
I have no souls left. If I get killed again, Are you hurt? It's nothing serious. I fell down. That's all. Okay, fine. Oh, thank you for coming to save us. It's such a relief to see Her Majesty is unharmed. It's only a graze. You needn't worry about me, just help those who are still out there. Oh crap. Didn't I turn effects off? I thought I did. It doesn't work for the studio, I guess. Oh, Bra is here too. Didn't even see you there, buddy.
Looks like that does it for this area.
Look, the King's forces are on the move. There are still civilians on Trueview.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into 2 groups.
You're always so quick with dividing up the people.
Raha, please stay here and render aid. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
All right.
Let's see. Otis.
Otis! You've got to wake up!
Otis?
Yes. Here we go.
Out of it, Otis! Don't you recognize us?
First formation! Show them a knight's valor!
Machines obey him!
He's using self-destruct, that's good. Didn't have to.
Second formation! Seize the glory of victory!
him is familiar, but it couldn't be.
Third formation!
You sure?
For Alexandria!
Why couldn't it be? By the way, there are lines on the ground.
It is him! The captain of the knights!
Yes, it is. Subdue Otis.
Don't like the looks of this. Everyone, keep your guard up.
That was a nice attack.
Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
If he still remembers me, then perhaps.
Yeah? Stormlit Shockwave. Then perhaps... What do you want to do? Perhaps... So far so good. Sorry.
Right, he's deactivated. It should be safe to approach.
You sure?
Otis! No!
Seems it
I
still
remember
works.
you, Otis, so please remember yourself. You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects.
Oh, well. Thought we didn't have to fight it, but
Otis!
next boss is here already.
Stand back, Your Majesty. I am Sir Otis Bologna, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens!
Very nicely animated. Next boss. Gvidrud. That's the name.
Apologies for the trouble I caused. So long as this body holds, I shall fight with you. Tis but a flesh wound.
This but a flesh wound.
It's building up energy. Have care.
Let's tank it. I thought first Gulool would try to get it, but... let's start here. Easier. They really like their half-room attacks lately.
The dead is lightning to itself.
Let's split up and deal with them.
Quite a lot of them. Lightning flows. Yeah, I can try my best here. Thank you. That took a while. 25.
Such tremendous lightning.
So many. This is going to be tough.
Yep. Let's see. You're paralyzed? Yep.
At this rate.
I'm sure it was meant to happen. Yep.
Upon thine honor, we shall weather this storm. Now, lay the fiend low.
You'll try?
Otis, you must stop! Your body can't survive this!
Poison endurance.
Even should it cost me my life.
I am trying. One.
Are you unharmed?
1. Otis condition at 1. I wonder if it was planned or if I was just lucky.
Otis. Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered.
Yes.
He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait!
I mean, makes sense.
Is everyone all right?
We're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Gulool Ja.
Yep.
Thanks to you, Solution 9 has been spared the worst, but the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Sure. And then we gotta go to the highest level and have some fun in the next trial, I guess. That was basically the siege on Why am I so bad with names? Yulmore. There we go. God damn it. What is Gulool Ja trying to achieve by slaughtering his own people? That he's still bent on surpassing Papa is clear, but why this massacre? I don't understand. Right, now we can only guess at his intent. Right now we can only guess at his intent, but his obsession must be strong indeed to endure after 30 years. But now isn't the time to ponder such things. The people need our help. Already have some of that, so... Yeah. Ba -ba -ba -ba. Level 99, a comforting hand. I've been thinking. By wearing regulators, the people of Alexandria had been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, it also erases your memories of the departed. The very notion of dying would have become vague, if not forgotten. To be killed over and over, you can imagine how traumatized the survivors must be. Even if they're not physically hurt, they would still need care. At a time like this, the citizens need their queen to console them, but where has she gone? I don't know. There are other districts, so perhaps she's checking on them. In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught, and we ought to provide them with what comfort we can. While Cahciua and her crew attend to those with physical injuries, let's seek out those wounds. Let's seek out those whose wounds are emotional. Understood. If you and Mingno want to concentrate on true value. Understood. If you and Mingno would concentrate on true view, the rest of us will see to the other areas. Sounds like a plan. Alright everyone, we meet up in the back room after. Those glass shards on the ground look great. And the screens cracked. Hey, we have the same outfit. Thank you. I'm alright, I think. Say, you were fighting with Queen Sphene, weren't you? Are the rumors true then? That Her Majesty isn't a living person, that her actual body is elsewhere, in the cloud or some such, and she uses a special power to appear before us. I'd always wondered why the Alexandrian never questioned her true nature, but now I think I understand why. She personally thought to protect us. That's enough for me to know she's a worthy ruler. It doesn't matter what she is. It's over. I'm still alive. Oh, thank goodness. Makes no sense. What right did the king have to destroy our lives like this? Give us back our peace. Leave us out of your damned war. Never have I been so scared in my life. I had died in an accident before, but it was nothing compared to this. To be killed again and again and again. It was a living nightmare, and King Gulool Ja was behind it, you say. Since he suddenly appeared, he's done nothing good for us. He thinks only of war, ordered more soldiers to be produced, and now he unleashed them on us. He's no king of mine. He's a murderer, and someone needs to take him pay. Needs to make him pay, not take him pay. I only now noticed the name of this place. Neon, because, well, neon lit. And Stein, the German word for stone. Not many people here. Gulool Ja is here, good. We felt those we could in Solution 9. We are now looking to send people to the other levels. We've managed to seal off access routes on all levels. Any remaining soldiers should be contained now. We couldn't have done it without you and yours out there fighting, thank you.